everything. And we are take back everything. We are
Yeah.
left them as pauper and broke.
Yeah.
We are bring them back to the regular class, with the servant class.
Yes, I respect, man. Give
Yes,
up,
sir.
you know. Big up everybody on the
Yeah,
live.
we are talking about it. Yep, mad. I know it's sweet. A victory time now.
After the battle, the sweet of the victory, you know.
Ah. And the greater the reward. Don't forget that part. They love to talk so the heart of the battle, the sweet of the victory, but they always left out the greater the reward.
See there, you must. Greater is the reward.
Because they want we to fight battle for them with
Mm-hmm.
no reward. So they always talk about say the heart of the battle, the sweet of the victory.
Mm-hmm.
What you do with victory without reward?
Mm-hmm. Greater the reward. I tell you,
Heart of the
man.
battle, sweet of the victory, greater the reward.
Serious, sir.
I remember that.
Respect every time. Yeah, man, big up all our viewers, them. That was prophecy, people. Get to his page and give him a follow. Big up everybody on the live. We don't know. Happy to be alive. That's why we're alive right now. Yeah, man. Feel free to come up. If you have anything to share with the world, if you just get a dream or you wake up, and you want to share the dream with the world, come up and share the dream. If you just get a vision, and you look up in the ceiling and the vision hit you, feel free to come up and share the vision with the world. I don't know. Even if you just write a song, and you just get a song in your head and you want to sing it to the world, just feel free, free man, and come up and sing a song. I understand. Big up everybody on the live. You don't know. Put the Almighty first. Big up prophecy. I don't know. Big up Joe. I understand. If we just put one and two together and you want to make your world know, so you have it. Just put one and two together, you know, and put one and two and make it 12. I'm gonna put one plus two and make it three. And you want to share the world. Let's come up, man. Big up Latani, Latoni. Big up Slinky. Some God, Lily Angel, DC, Aboriginal, yeah, I want to big up myself, you know. That's how we live right now. Yeah, man, I'm on the fire in the morning. So prophecy just share with we say them time in the morning, them cast spell and hold on the youth, them, I don't know. So now I'm sick of them. So I know it's electromagnetic, straight type, high frequency. So anybody out the witchcraft, I clip in the wing right now. Anybody I hold on the youth them. Yeah, man, me a zap on right now. Zap on one time. I jump me use and leap to the down. But not even use a jump right now. I zap on it. If you not fly, me a zap on it. If you not insect, me a zap on it. If you not beetle, me a zap on it. If you not cockroach, me a zap on it. If you not warlock, witch and wizard, me a zap on it.
Hello, how
Yeah,
are you?
anything on it.
I have Enigma
Zap on it.
38661.
Set
Welcome
it
to the
down.
live. Oh,
I know who them never thing get zap. Get zap. Yeah, man, I vanquish, you know. Any evil spirit I get vanquished right now in the morning. All evil are good and anybody I plot against Celestine and anybody I plot against Zap me as up on in the morning. Hot a fire blaze. I zap them, man. Cut and clear. Man. Put it on them, man. Heart attack. You're dead. Evil out there, yeah. No evil can't come near you. Zap me, zap me. Oh, yeah. Evil, zap me. Oh, people. Big up everybody. Don't forget to smash that follow button now. Alright. Heads up then. Alright, always up then. Look everybody, man. I don't know. How do I agree with this?
Most trusts, most statutory law trusts, are government puppets. Our Spendthrift Trust, it's built in the Constitution. No government agency, no court, and no legislature can rewrite it. Period. Because it is built on our Constitution, Article 1, Section 10. No state shall pass any law impairing the obligation of contracts. That literally means that though any government, court, or agency cannot rewrite a contract, as long as you're not doing anything fraudulent or illegal. Think about that. You absolutely cannot get the same kind of protection with the trust that your attorney and your CPA are trying to push on you, like living trust, revocable trust, irrevocable trust, none of that. They're all government puppets. They're all subject to regulation. And one new legislation and everything's done. Not the way with our trust, all right? So if you want to know more about a trust that can give you ultimate protection from everything, lawsuit, the government, and so on and so forth, then you just send me a DM and say the word puppet.
As far as your rights, and as far as what I was talking about on my live last night about how the Black's Law Dictionary talks in legal statutes and codes languages that you think is English, but it means something different in the legal statutes and codes. Here's one you really need to start fathoming and you really need to start looking at and understanding. You have the right to life, liberty, pursuit of your happiness. You have the right to be secure in your person and property. What does that mean under law? What does that mean in the legal definitions and terminologies when you speak that English language? But what does that mean legally? Legally, what they're telling you under the Constitution is it's not that you have the right to be secure in your property, meaning your house so much, or your car or your truck or whatever you buy. You have the right to be secure in those physical properties. But what is the properties they mean under legal law? The property you own is your unalienable rights. That is your property. You're born. First breath you take, the first verification that you're alive, you have the right to be secure in your person and your property. Well, what does a baby own? There's only one thing the baby owns. It's life. That's it. And what is its life? It's person. It's property. And your inalienable rights as a person is protected under the Constitution, which means your person is protected under the common law of the unincorporated Constitution of the Republic. That is your property. You own it. You are not given it by the Constitution. You are not given it by a government. You are not given it by anything other than the fact that God allowed you to be born. That's your property. You own that. And these assholes take a number and a name and they attach it to a birth certificate. Now, your mama and your daddy, so they tell you they are, wrote a name on a piece of paper, and it was an all-cap first name, meaning one capital letter, and then the rest of your name was not capitalized, it was lowercase. And then you had a capital middle name, most generally, is what is accepted. And then that name in your middle name is left in lowercase letters. And then your last name, your surname, is capitalized on the first letter. And then you have in lowercase letters leading to that. So that is your person. That's who God and your parents identified you as. But this corporation identified you. They took your foot tag, they inked it, put it on the back of that paper, and they wrote your name in all capital letters. And they gave you a corporate entity identification, a tax identification number, or a social security number, or a birth certificate number. They numbered you and tagged you like a cow. And they stole your identity, your person, your property. That makes the entire system fraudulent, and you have no knowledge, first-hand knowledge, of what happened there. So there is no way you could have agreed, consented, or accepted to enter into the contract of the all-cap name. You've been told that since the point you could remember, that you are you. Whatever your mama and daddy named you. But what the court does not tell you is they stole that name. They inverted that name from a one capital to the rest lowercase to an all cap name and said, that is you. They stole your person, your inalienable right to be secure in your person and your property. They stole it from you from the first breath you took. It is criminal, it is fraudulent, it is felony, and it is treason to the Constitution and to the Republic. Period. There is no fucking argument. And when you go in that courtroom,
courtroom, you cannot testify to who you are. You have no first-hand knowledge of the events that transpired that identified you. So when that judge asks you, are you so-and-so's name, and you go, yes, you cannot verify that because you have no knowledge of that. That is what has been told to you since the day you can remember. So the only thing you can recite in that courtroom is
Bless
hearsay.
your love,
And that's in
Aboriginal. God
How
rising
are you
and
this
praise.
morning? It's rising, peaceful rising.
Yeah, man. Give thanks to the Almighty, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
great, sir.
man.
So let me ask you a question, yeah?
Mhm.
How you feel about Lord Rat yesterday? What do you think about what you had to say?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. Just like I said, it's the Africa part of the seafood. But you don't know. Yeah, I'm doing thing. There's a road to the West Indian, you know? Can't go no more, so.
Yeah, because yesterday he did tell me the truth. And I think he's getting paid to push the African stuff still.
Mm.
Because of what me say yesterday. Yesterday him say, Grand Rising Fire, Mama.
Bless up fire.
Yes, it's a fire, Mama. Peaceful rising to your family. Him did say the truth yesterday, but yet still, when then if you notice when he put in the African bit in it, and then say Africa the biggest continent and going back over there. So I think he's getting paid to push it.
Wow.
Yeah. And my thing is, how are we gonna get back our land and our sovereignty if we continue placing ourselves where we're not from?
Mhm.
It's just like what's happening to the Asian in Dominican. Dominican is their land.
Mhm.
Look what they're doing to the Asian. And those are our people.
Mhm.
So this is not even to say like I have no issue or bad feelings towards African. This is more so about us claiming our identity and our land, our indigenous rights,
Mhm. Which
and
is
getting
right.
off all of these invaded.
100% with
Yeah,
you.
and getting off our land. Get them off our land so we can live in peace.
Mhm. 100%.
So that's my thing.
True, man. Full time all
That is
invader
just
live up.
yeah, we have to get back to land things. Mexico, all these places are our places.
Mhm.
All of them places are full place. Now everybody's taking over and I push us out.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness. So this is why me personally, I can't deal with people who is still focusing on Africa.
Mhm.
It don't make no sense because he is in final we have royalty in a way. Majority we do, which he found out and he know the truth.
Mhm.
But yet still he's still talking about Africa. I don't understand. It just don't make no sense, you know what I mean?
It don't make no sense. There's no other.
Yeah, because he might claim. Sorry.
Mhm. You know other. Don't you have to rep your homeland. You can't rep nowhere else. Unless you know say you have descendant from this. When you have descendant from this, you're there in America. You have to just rip America straight. Yeah, man. No other way out of it.
Yeah, because he must claim female identity, but yet still he must put Africa in it when he's not Africa. It doesn't make sense. So this is why I say Once the truth a come out, them are gonna pay them. But them are gonna pay them to still push this story that they've been pushing. Thank you. Look, Sphinx, that's so forward here.
Yes, Empress. Big up, respect.
Yeah, man. Come here, man.
Yeah, man. Straight West Indian, Nothing more, nothing less. You know West Indies are the best. Yeah. Big up everybody, Yeah, man. Big up Lanzalat. Big up Aboriginal. You don't know. Just see it out. If you live it out. West Indian. But a long time we are going through this over here, so we are going through the wicked persecution. Time for all persecution stop. And the West Indian people. Time for them get up and belongings. Them bloody right, them bird right. Yeah, freedom. We've been prisoner of war from 1492. Whether I want to hear, I want to read tomorrow in our history. So, if we've been prisoner of war from 1492, I want to see the end today. I want to see and they're out of it. If a 2026 tomorrow, I want to hear say that fuck with them. They get back all them land and indigenous people of the Americas, they get back all their belongings. They get back all their land, the invader, as someone read my blood clot history. And they won back their land, they all colonizers have to leave out to the West Indies. Someone read, brother. When I read, so we've been colonized and we still been colonized up to this day. When I read them, fuck with it. When all my kids them coming to them, fuck with it. Colonizer got suck to the mother. Well, I want to left out of this bumbo clot. Come blood clot. Whitewash for people and brainwash for people. Them want to take for their land. I make it look like when we and a blood clot invasion and the nose and I invade with blood clot place. Alright, why you could hold on and go pack up a blood clot China then? I couldn't go invade China. Why me couldn't go invade blood clot India? Why me couldn't go invade Pakistan? Why me couldn't go invade blood clot Russia? Or Germany? Or France? Why me couldn't have to come here, sir? Come invade over here, sir, in the Americas. I will invade them place already. Been invaded this place already. And that with them blood clot invasion there. All invaders lift up and cut. And they've been invaded in the Americas too. Blood clot. See there, West Indies, present day and historically, you see me, included the Americas entirely. So throughout history and in the present day, the West Indies included the Americas entirely. So people know blood clot learn. So West Indies are the land, are the trust. So the Americas is in the West Indies, alright? Without the West Indies, there couldn't be no America. Alright, so West Indies is bigger than the Americas, basically. included, that means I included the America in that, so include America or else included. More place included, when they say included, that means more places there included in the West Indies. Big up everybody from live. I'm happy to be alive outside. Yeah. Greek. Yeah, the Empire always coming is something which river. Asian Europe to the Indies as in the people of the Indus. Mm-hmm. Big up everybody, you know. Alright, so here's about you. Big up why West, what India, all them. Yeah, man. Yo, I go on a Trinidad. Police in Trinidad and Tobago said they were investigating after 56 bodies, mainly of infants, were found dumped at one of the country cemetery on Saturday. According to police statement, 50 bodies were of infants, while the remaining were of 4 men and women. You see me? So Trinidad, April the 18th, 56 body. So big ritual are going, you see me? I remember 8 baby then shoot in America the other day. So 8 baby then shoot in America. Alright. 52 infant body. Body from 54 infant body then find in Trinidad around the same time there. So sitting now going in Jamaica, and they have a couple unalive in going. So big spell in the Americas, brother. Then people are work, the invader work overtime to make the West Indies look bad. Look distasteful, look like we are unalive. Yeah, the invader work overtime, brother. Yo, dog. You know, see, so them people are mad power blood clot, man. So them as a police in Trinidad and Tobago said they were investigating after 56 body mainly of infants were found dumped at one of the country's cemetery on Saturday. The Twin Island Caribbean nation has been struggling with surging crime, including deadly gang violence, which prompted authorities to extend an existing state of emergency last month. So they must say the gruesome discovery was made at the cemetery in the town of Comotor and Trinidad, approximately 40 kilometers, 25 miles east of the capital, Port of Spain. According to police statement, 50 bodies were of infants, while the remaining were of 4 men and 2 women. Police said 5 of the adults are total, such as those found in Mark, and that a man and a woman body as a sign of an autopsy. They did not immediately say if any of the body had been identified. Police said they were working to determine the origin of the human remains and any associated breaches of law or procedure. very Kadevor must be handled with dignity and lawful care. Police Commissioner Alice Galviera said in a statement. Any individual or institution found to have violated that duty will be held fully accountable. So them say, 50 body infant found, and 50 body infant found, and 6 adults. You see me? So, you know what going in a Trinidad, but that the normal. You see me? Whenever them might get the body, them to go make kush with the bone, African them, or organ, but them are analyze indigenous people. Them, and tell you for indigenous people. I don't know and tell you what kind of people them is, but that's the thing that with the invaders them and come on and mix up the whole of it together. So for indigenous man get analyzed right now, it's hard to find out if it's an indigenous man because they just come and mix up the body together and make it look like say a whole of it is same. So when they mix up all of it together now as an indigenous man get analyzed, it take long for the mass now. You understand? Yeah, man, you know about that. Tell her about let me say, brother, invasion are a wicked thing. Before invasion, when you have a crime for me, blood, land, yeah. Big up everybody, you know. Oh, yeah. In a life, you know. From work, can't believe.
Man, get in here. When I say there's a secret that the Smithsonian is literally hiding, and you see this word right here, I'm not gonna say it because they have pictures of 100 Indian chiefs. It's copper color, right? And to get a clear view of what I'm saying, this is what the pictures look like. But I'm gonna show you just one Indian chief. And no, they don't show, and you can't touch them. They're in a private collection. They're worth billions of dollars because they hold the secrets of the Indian chiefs that are copper color. Now, yes, we're talking about the Smithsonian Museum. Now, take a screenshot, right? And it's the last chief of the Tuskegee Indian, right? But look at the way they spelled the word Tuskegee. He's a chief, right? It's in the Smithsonian Institute, right? But it's more to this picture than you realize. Now, this was crazy. Now, this explains all of his accomplishments as a chief. And he was a tribal interpreter, right, of the Muskogee Creek Nation. But not only that, he was born in Tuskegee Town, right? And he established in the 1st Indian Home Guard Regiment fighting the Union. He's fought on the Union side, basically, right? But this goes to show you that the Native Americans was not involved in none of these so-called slash that's hidden. Now they say it's only 1,000. Some say 20,000 chiefs. But it is what it is. The one thing you gotta figure out, come to understand that there's a lot of chiefs and a lot of Indians that reclassified African American. I don't think it's real. If you'd like to donate $1, I greatly appreciate it. But this is a secret that you just not learned. Man, get in here. Just when you thought you heard
all the secrets about the Trail of Tears? You ain't heard nothing yet. Get your cup of tea ready. Now you see right here, man, take a screenshot. Take a screenshot, take a screenshot, take a screenshot. Now it turns out that we've been looking at this map totally wrong, right? So we think they went from one place, right, or all these places and ended up in Oklahoma. Turns out to be one big lie. Now, what they did is they had took small towns everywhere and sent everybody into the same states, some states, right? So let's just give you a prime example. So they say you in Philly, or you in Philadelphia, right? Or West Philly. They'll send you to the other side of Philly, maybe in the projects. That's the Trail of Tears. Or just say you in the west side of Chicago. They'll send you to the other side of Chicago. Or they'll say, all right, you came from down south. Bam, we can go ahead and send you to Minnesota. That's the Trail of Tears. But this is more crazy. It gets more crazy. Oh my God, it gets more crazy. Now, when they had the Black Indian reunion, it was so many people showed up. They could not believe that they was kin to each other. Then, not only that, they never used the word freeman. They always used the word black. But get a load of this. Now, this is crazy. Look at all these newspaper articles that says Black Indian or Indian and not freeman. Now, this is in part 2. I'm going to hook you up in part 2, but I guarantee.
The Supreme Court said your bank can't foreclose on you. Now, before you react to that, understand what the court actually meant. Because they didn't say banks can never foreclose. They said a bank cannot foreclose unless it follows the law. Back in Carpenter versus Longan, the court made one thing clear. The note and the mortgage are inseparable. The note is the debt. The mortgage is just the security tied to that debt. And the court didn't leave room for interpretation. They said the mortgage has no independent existence. If the note isn't there, the mortgage means nothing. If the note isn't properly transferred, the mortgage doesn't magically follow. And if those two are separated, there is no foundation for foreclosure. That's not theory. That's Supreme Court law. They even went further and said assigning just the mortgage by itself is nullity, legally meaningless. So when a bank shows up claiming the right to foreclose, the real question isn't what they say, it's what they can prove. Can they prove they hold the note? Can they prove the mortgage lawfully follows it? Can they prove that connection never broke? Because if they can't, then under the very rule the Supreme Court established, they don't have the authority they're claiming. This isn't about avoiding a debt. It's about forcing the party trying to take your home to meet the legal standard required to do it. And according to the Supreme Court, that standard has been there for over 150 years.
Posted a complete word for word listing of 13818 presidential executive order by Donald Trump in 2017. If you have not read it, it is on you. But it specifically declares any government official anywhere in the world, any government official that impairs the function of national security or can influence the economy of the United States is therefore in violation. You have all been ordered to stand down. National emergency was declared. And under state of national emergency, all government officials are null and void. You cannot function. You are criminal and you're lying bastards. Read the order. Eventually, it might sink in your dumbass heads. I have done nothing to you.
Look at this.
That's right. Indeed, no tea, jersey, minty, let minty, in a jupiter, in your white ocean,
Those containers of food that the government have spoiled that came to Jamaica for the victims of Hurricane Melissa. Mr. Olness let the 12 container food stay at them and spoil and then dump it on the property. Look at this Jamaica. 12 containers of
You a bar member, he a bar member, the prosecutor bar member. I got 3 bar members in here, and I'm the only natural private person. So that's a conflict of interest. Let's look up what conflict of interest is. Conflict of interest get deep. See, a conflict of interest occurs when an entity or individual becomes unreliable. So he's unreliable to be a judge because of a clash between personal interest and professional duties or responsibilities. When such a situation arises, the party with the conflict of interest is usually asked to remove themselves or can be legally required to recuse themselves. See, once you answer this question, you say, are you qualified judge? Title 28 USC 455.
This disk has been studied for 115 years by linguists, cryptographers, and AI. It has not been deciphered. Found in 1908 on Crete, 241 symbols pressed with individual stamps 3,700 years before Gutenberg. The language exists nowhere else on Earth. The disk is in a museum today. It has its own room. This disk has been studied for one.
This evening, the man whose viral video triggered an investigation into the quality of sugar produced by Pan Caribbean Sugar Company is speaking out this evening. He detailed the challenges he faced reporting the issue to the authorities and at the same time welcomed the measures taken so far.
Kimberly Petty has more in this primetime news follow-up. What was supposed to be a routine sipping of his tea turned into a viral moment for Kurja after he found metal particles in a pack of sugar. The man told TVJ News that he went out to a local supermarket in Manchester to do his regular shopping. On his list of items, a pack of Pan Caribbean sugar. But little did he know he was on a life-saving mission.
I went home and I mixed some tea. By mixing the tea, you hear some jingle in the cup. So I consumed the tea, but I never drink all of it. And when this is finished, we throw the rest, and you have a fat piece of metal in the sugar.
He said he didn't make much of it at first, but he was puzzled and later decided to run an experiment on the sugar that remained.
I throw the rest of the sugar in the strainer and put it on the pipe in the kitchen and wash the sugar. So I see a whole heap of black thing in the strainer. But just because of the shine metal previous, I went for a piece of magnet and I run it in the strainer and the magnet take up all the black stuff in the strainer. So I said this can never be right. Maybe just one pack of the sugar have the fault. So we never really blame anybody.
The man said his interest was piqued, and so he opted to go back to the same supermarket and purchase 5 more packs of the same sugar to run further tests using his magnet. To his surprise, he found metal yet again. His next step, he said, was to find a contact number on the package for the company.
Some secretary answer the phone and the supervisor and the management tell me for the person not in. So I call back and explain the situation. I call back again, she tell me for the person not in. Alright? I call back 6 times after that and nobody pick up. I call them again and they pick up. Secretary or whosoever answer the phone start give me attitude and start telling me about me email this and send the video. Alright, because I should have come to me again. I'm telling them I have 4,000 followers on TikTok. So I have to post the video. They tell me I have to do what I have to do.
Not getting any redress, he opted to call the Bureau of Standards.
I call Bureau of Standards to make the health people. I call back Bureau of Standards that give me a run around. So the health people are picking them, I'll be sending email and all kind of nonsense. So we realize that them people don't really care.
Now that a stop order has been placed on the factory, he says he is comforted that his actions ultimately saved
Come see fella.
lives.
Let's see you say, well, when you're in Jamaica, right, and you do things right, you have a fear for your life. Right? I know at least we see 3 million people car. Almost everybody at Jamaica drinks sugar. So I still feel good in myself.
Kimberly Petty for TVJ News.
Yeah, pan sugar, pan Caribbean. Yeah, and for good on now. Can't bet enough come off for the pan African fuckery. And I try to get rid of the West Indian them. I put metal party because no longer been doing this. I give the people them cancer and kind of ailment, sickness, bad belly. I give them bad belly out. People don't wonder how them belly out them so. Because of the dirty sugar and I give the blood people them they analyze them. Pan sugar can better now come out for the Pan African movements. Or analyze the West Indian them for bring in African people them. And you better get up and left out of it. You cannot count on the blood West Indies in Africa. So the blood do 80. And you can't count on West Indies in Africa, you know. Yeah, that man tell you now. Yo, West Indian rise up.
Use IRS Form 4506T to fix your credit. For those that don't know 4506T, well, I got you. Like always, there's no gatekeeping here, so let's get it. When a past due credit card is closed, lenders report it as a profit loss to the IRS. For those that didn't know, a 1099-C form turns your canceled debt into taxable income, which does not appear on your credit report. This is where the 4506T comes in. It shows all discharged debts that should have received a 1099-C. When you attach that 4506T to your next dispute, credit bureaus have no choice but to delete those charge-off accounts.
Did you hear about what happened to the president? See, this is what happens when you put a felon in office. It's always them. Usual suspects. So ghetto. So ghetto. So ghetto. The shooter is clearly white. Do you really think niggas...
Use IRS Form 4506T to fix your credit. For those that don't know 4506T,
So ghetto.
Harvard Law says
The future of law isn't.
Good case in point. You have been told all of your life that Michael says Michael. Why do you pronounce the state Michigan M-I-C-H as Mij? Because the Catholic faith has taught everybody and indoctrinated everybody for thousands of years that Archangel Michael is the head angel, the general of the angels of God. Why do you pronounce his name Michael? But you pronounce Michigan Mij. Do those two things mean two different things in English? Why are you not pronouncing his name correctly? Mishael is his name. But the Catholic religion has mind fucked you in so many ways, right down to where you can't even speak. You're so damn fucked up by this Satan cult that they call religion, which, by the way, Yeshua in the Bible, he only touched on religion twice in the entire Bible. And both times he rebuked it. Jesus was not sent, Yeshua was not sent down here to form a religion. He was sent down here to show you the way. In the old ancient scrolls, Yeshua said, be the way, and go forth and speak the truth. He didn't say go out and make a religion and worship a God. He never once said that. Not one time in his entire teachings did he ever say go out and make a religion and call it Catholic, Methodist, Baptist, Episcopalian, or whatever. He said, be the way and go forth now and speak truth. But what the fuck are all you fucking Christians doing? Take your dumb head out of your ass. His name is not Jesus. His name is Yeshua. And it sure as hell is not God. So what the fuck is your problem?
Kimberly Petty for TVJ News.
Is it true? The
You know,
Alright.
the whole police building and the court system started off. Would you believe me? In 1994, March.
Rights are not given. When I go to court,
Peace and love. So I am reading 50 USC 43.
yeah, I remember when I was talking. Take it up. Yeah. I'm gonna balance out the table here for a minute. Live from the hotel. While we wait to get started, we just put up a post on the Neo-Max Ministry site on the blog about Babylon is America, the new Babylon, and it talks about the 13th Amendment exception, so you guys can wrap it around your minds a little bit clearer, a little bit easier. So if you want to go read that, you're more than welcome to go to neomaxandpma.org, put the blog, and you'll see is America the new Babylon. And just, well, hey, I mean, that's a good thing to talk about. I mean, that's a good thing to talk about. I mean, we have some pretty incredible things that are playing out in front of us right now. Like we know it. If we understand Scripture and what's written, but we'll come back to that. I see there's only like 4 people on, so as you guys know, we served Hancock County yesterday. Joe and I. Joe had an awesome service that he brought up about criminalizing homelessness. So in criminalizing homelessness, and that's awesome. That's something that Joe is passionate about. The injustice that's happening to the poor. You see, you can't criminalize someone for being poor. That's a Jim Crow law. Like, come on now. And that's what they're doing. Like, they have national legislation right now that would criminalize homelessness. So these people would be punished for no reason other than being poor. I mean, that's not a crime. It's not a crime to have that. But Joe did an awesome service, and that's what Joe is doing. You know, kind of like when Jessica first started working with me. You know, she listened to me and what I was doing for whatever 7 months, and then she decided she wanted to speak out about children and families. That's her injustice. That's what she is passionate about, right? Joe's passionate about homelessness. I'm passionate about prisoners. All of these are injustices that exist that we are all well aware of. But you know, the problem is that if we don't speak out against those injustices, our silence allows them to continue to do things to us. You see, we give our consent by our silence because we don't speak up and speak out and demand that the government does things right. But on the flip side, remember, when government is silent, that's an indication of its guilt. Government's guilty on this, man, on this absence of the indictment by a grand jury issue. They're absolutely guilty because the law is clear. It says it right there.
But most people still don't understand civil rights cases, right? And the key to civil rights, the key to arguing for your rights being violated, derives from something called the the doctrine of master servant. The doctrine of master servant. You see, according to the doctrine of master servant, rights always derive from another's duty to act, right? Again, rights always derive from another's duty to act. Where there is no duty, there cannot be a right, okay? So in order to claim that your rights have been violated, you must first show that someone had a duty. Let me turn this on before I get calls and stuff. The first step that you have to do is you have to show that someone had a duty and they violated that duty, or they breached their duty, and thus that gives rise to your claim to the violation of rights. This is the reason why people don't win these civil rights cases, is because the first step is you must show that someone had a duty. What's a duty? A duty is a law, right? Every single law creates a duty or an obligation. So the law creates an obligation, and an obligation is something a person is bound to do or forbear from doing. Okay? So, for instance, I have the duty to not assault Joe here because the law says don't assault. Right? I have the duty to not steal from Joe because the law says don't steal. So if I breach my duty and I steal from Joe, then his right to not have his property stolen has been violated. But it's not violated until he first shows that I breached the duty that was created by the law. So if there isn't a law that says you can't steal, then what's Joe going to claim? I didn't have a duty to not do it. So the whole civil rights thing is that government they have to be shown that they've broken the law. That's why the first step here is law enforcement. That's why what I'm doing is going out and I'm providing the notice to all these people. You guys have heard it. Even when I'm in DC, I'm notifying public officials of an unlawful act that is being committed, and I'm binding them to the law. I'm binding them to the law, and that's what has to be done. We have to show willful, knowledgeable conduct. Now, I could fight this. In one case, we could beat Washington, but we don't want to just beat Washington. We want to beat all the states. I want to make sure that every single state gets what we're going to get from Washington, which requires me to be out here, and Joe now out here, showing that there's a law that government is breaking, and in doing so, we are establishing willful conduct, knowledgeable conduct, knowledge of the law, and willful conduct to break the law by continuing to allow it to exist. And in doing so, we have shown that there's a duty. They breached the duty through willful, knowledgeable conduct, and that gives rise to our ability to be able to seek relief or redress of the rights. If you don't first show that someone had a duty, a lawful duty, then you can't claim your civil rights and violate. You can't do it. And so when attorneys say, well, we're going to sue, before you sue, you first have to establish the law. So this whole sovereign immunity claim, you see, it's complicated because, yes, public officials are immune under our laws. It does allow for that, but they're only immune from civil liability. You don't sue the judge for what the judge did. You sue the judge's master for what the master allowed the judge to do. But before you can claim, damages, you first have to show that the agent, the judge, breached the duty, broke a law. That's the first step. But if you don't show that the agent broke the law, then you don't have a claim to damages against the agent's master. This is why they don't prosecute police. This is why they don't prosecute judges. This is why they don't prosecute police or prosecutors, is because if they did, it would give rise to damages in a civil claim. But before we can get pass this or get into the place where you guys are able to actually seek damages, we first must establish the law. And that's what I'm doing. Again, I'm law enforcement. I deal with that. So I'm establishing the law. I'm showing that there is a law, a constitutional law written for all to see. It's never been amended, never been changed. Therefore, there is a duty that exists for them to do something or forbear from doing something. And in showing that there's the existence of the law, by establishing the law, then we can get then we can give rise to damages. Then we can give rise to the claim of the rights that are violated. So, like the law that we're attaching to on the Civil Rights Act, Title 18 U.S.C. subsection 242 and 241, which is deprivation of rights under color of law and conspiracy to deprive rights. Remember, you guys, those laws were created for judges, right? Those laws were created for prosecutors, for police officers. Because they're the only ones that operate under color of law. Title 18 U.S.C. subsection 242 is not applicable to the people because it was created to bind the public officials to adherence to the obligations of the Constitution. That's why it says that any person who, under the color of any state statute, ordinance, custom, or regulation, deprives any person of any right secured by the Constitution against that time. Who else operates under color of law but for public officials? So again, anybody that claims that law doesn't apply to a judge, either one is lying to you or doesn't understand the history of the law, because that law was created for the judges. It was created for the prosecutors, for law enforcement. But if we can't get them held accountable for the criminal conduct, then we can't hold the master liable for the civil damages. This is an essential first step. We have to deal with this first step right here.
So another thing you guys should know is that when Anna was talking about the 13th Amendment, there's an exception clause to that. But first I want to go back to the silence, okay? The rules that these people play by is that they have to project and tell us what they're going to do. And if we stay silent, that's tacit agreement by way of acquiescence. It means that we've agreed by our silence. And so when we go into these services, obviously what Tanner is doing is letting them know that, hey, listen, you can't pay public officials to break the law. He's doing that on the legislative level, which is, you know, all the counties, board of selectmen and the county commissioners and, you know, all those public meetings that he's going to now, because now it's at the county level. So he's, just to be clear, he served every state at the it's all three branches of government, right? So the judicial, the legislative, and the executive branches, all three. So what he's doing is he's letting these people at the bottom know that you're responsible for this budget, and if this budget is being directed towards allocating funds towards paying police officers to break the law, then that's your responsibility, and you can be held accountable for that. It's not where we want to go. We want to work together to fix it, but then they just you know, their butt cheeks crunch up and then they just go silent. What I'm doing is I'm letting them know that homelessness is not a crime, poverty is not a crime, but they're passing policies, codes, statutes, and ordinances, none of which are law. They're just policies, codes, statutes, and ordinances, corporate policy, so that they can fill up the for-profit private prisons and profit off of it. I'm here to let them know that in my ministerial capacity, right, which is a very high thing, which they probably don't even understand, that God is telling them, God is using me as a conduit to tell them, you can't punish the impoverished, right? You can't do that. And if you do that, well, so let's talk about this whole immunity thing, where they have qualified immunity. They may have immunity on Earth in their man-made system. That may be true. But when they get to the spiritual level, when they meet their creator, there's no such thing as immunity. It's all an illusion. Everything we do in this earth is time-stamped on our souls. And that will play back like a movie when you meet your creator. Believe it or not, doesn't matter. But you think or believe, that's what's going to happen, right? That's what we know is going to happen. We're comprised of energy, okay? Our soul is made of energy. It's what powers this meat suit, okay? So, with that said, I'm letting them know that God's people are showing up to tell you that you can't continue to do what you're doing. You cannot punish people for
the system that they created is what has these people impoverished. Now, their mindset is really ill. There's all kinds of reasons to think that poverty should, or homelessness should be punished as a crime. What Tanner was trying to tell them and everybody is that we should be redirecting those funds instead of away from policing, away from private prison systems for profit, and putting that into the health and human services to rehabilitate people, right? Rehabilitate them. Because at one of the hotels we stopped at in Alabama, it was our first stop. I smoked tobacco out of a pipe and with a torch lighter. And all of a sudden, we weren't even there 2 hours before there was 2 police officers behind me, looking, asking me what's in my pipe. Can they go through my bucket? They said, well, I don't want you to perform any illegal searches and seizures, but I got nothing to hide, so I'll show you what's in the bucket. And here's my tobacco bag, stuck it right up underneath their nose. Because then they turned around and started talking to 2 melanated guys completely differently. Who's got the meth? And they're just out there to try to get the drugs off the street, which is commendable. Okay, that's fine. But what they don't know is that if they really want to get drugs off the streets, they should be talking to doctors and the pharmacists. Why? Because the drug Adderall, if they take the time to look it up, is one single molecule away from methamphetamine. One single molecule. But that's legal, so that's okay. As long as it's in a pill bottle and it came from the pharmacy, that's legalized drug dealing, no problem. So if you really, but then when they take that drug away, these people that are now addicted to this Adderall are going to switch to this methamphetamine. So whose fault is it? It's the system's fault. But they don't want to see it that way. They want to criminalize these people. After they've created this problem, they've created this poverty problem because the system is working perfectly fine. It all flows from the bottom up. This is a top and bottom situation that we're in, all of us. Okay. One other thing I want to say before 10 o'clock, I'm sure he's downloading some information because he's going to go, right? And so we'll let him go. But the thing of it is that the divide and conquer is happening throughout the dawn of time, and it's happening again. It continues to happen. So the system is designed to work from the bottom up. So when every day we get in our cars and we go to work, we're feeding that beast. We're feeding that system. Now, slavery, again, the illusion that slavery was abolished is like sleight of hand. The left hand is going to do this, but the right hand is, you can't see what the right hand is doing, right? So when they abolished slavery, they made the exception clause. Neither slavery or servitude is allowed except for as a punishment or a crime. So why are they building all these supermax prisons? Why are they building more and more? They're investing billions and billions of dollars into prisons. So it starts at the bottom again when they take your children. As somebody on this, what is this app? Is this Facebook or what is this? TikTok. Somebody on Tanner's TikTok was talking about earlier. I was reading some of the comments about family, parental rights, all that kind of stuff. It's all intertwined. Because I grew up in the foster care system, so I'm passionate about a few things, not just homelessness. But I noticed that they're creating these policies, codes, statutes, and ordinances to target the homeless so that they can get them into the for-profit private prisons, turn them into slaves. And let's face it, these prison systems are full of drugs. So while these police officers are out there absent-minded saying, we're just out here to get the drugs off the street, and we're going to throw you in prison if you have the drugs, which you're going to go, when you go to prison, you're going to get more drugs, just a higher price. How are the drugs getting into prisons when they say, oh, this inmate, he just overdosed? Well, that's an admission of guilt because the drugs shouldn't be getting in the prison. Somebody's bringing them in there, and it's not the people. It's not the visitors. It's the people who work there, okay? Like, it's an admission of guilt. But when you take that exception clause and you look at slavery back in the old days, the way it was, it's never gone away. It just has a different look. They transferred it from the cotton fields to the concrete walls. And those of us on the outside of the concrete walls are stuck in the debt slavery system. So slavery never went away. It just got rebranded. It got a new look and it's kind of like hidden in the background, but it never went away. And that's exactly what this man is out there fighting. So that what he's fighting is that one piece of litigation that he's bringing into the Supreme Court will attack all of these problems from peonage to indentured servitude and slavery, to the family issues, to even my mother is now been abducted by the state and thrown into a nursing home facility for higher level of care. And I have videos of her hair all in harassment. It's not about care. It's not about safety. This is all under the guise of care and safety, and it's never been about that. So the truth is that his one case, When they come and take your children, they did it unconstitutionally from the get-go, from the jump. When they arrested you without an indictment, absent a warrant, they violated your constitutional rights from the jump. So this one piece of litigation that he's bringing, right, is going to wipe out so many things and open up the doors to, you're talking about, okay, let's say you have a loved one that's incarcerated. When they call you, it's a collect call. And that collect call costs what, $2 a minute, whatever, $3, whatever the phone company decides to charge you, right? Or you can't talk to your loved one. Now that's a contract not held. That's what peonage is. Because the inmate never agreed to it, and neither did the family. It's forced. And when something is, and these companies are making big bucks off of it. So that's a form of peonage, right? So they're profiting off of this slavery. And then Victoria's Secret has the inmates sewing on the tags to the underwear, and they're making money off of that. That's peonage, right? They're profiting off the slavery. So once he's done with this and this litigation it goes through, and it will go through, it will win. I haven't heard, another thing I want to say real quick is, I've been sitting and listening to this man now for almost 2 weeks, like living with him and living his life. And let me tell you, it's not easy. It's not easy, okay? And I'm listening to him talk to some of the highest people in government, right? In the highest power positions, perceived positions of power. And not one of them disagree with him. Not one. Not Congress people, not lawyers, not state attorneys, nobody. Nobody disagrees with him after they hear him lay this out, because he lays it out in such a way where look, if we were both brain surgeons and we were having a conversation amongst each other, you guys probably wouldn't know what we're talking about, because we're using all this language and jargon. So when he's speaking to these people, they know exactly what he's saying. But the rest of us, it may kind of go over our heads, like he's not fighting for families or the CPS system or just the inmates, because that's not true, because we're all inmates. Some of us are just free roaming debt slaves. The children are incarcerated in the foster care system, which is for profit again. There's something on our website also called The Big Beautiful Family Bill. You should read that and read about fictive kin. Fictive kin, okay? So what he's doing is going to open up the door to, I mean, you're talking about massive lawsuits for these companies and taking their assets and returning them back to the people after he's done with this, because they've been profiting off of the backs of these slaves and all of us for a long time, all of these institutions.
Eddie, you have no idea what you're talking about. You know, you should go find someone else to follow or listen to, because you have no clue, right? Every single inmate is forced to work, and most of them are forced to work without being paid. And if they don't work, then they're put into solitary confinement. So you're okay. Well, you're welcome to your opinion, but I would welcome everybody here to go ahead and attack you.
Eddie needs to go to prison
because you're an idiot, man. In fact, it's just dump someone that it doesn't have any clue. Let's just go ahead and get him out of here. Yeah, there we go. All right,
We don't need that.
guys. It doesn't matter the injustice that you guys are passionate about. Again, he's passionate about homelessness. Jessica's passionate about families, and I'm passionate about prisoners. But there's so many different injustices that we're experiencing, but it all boils down to the same problem: the conflict of interest of the state. Because the state is prosecuting homelessness, right? They're going to go out with the information. They're going to say, "Oh, well, you're homeless, and now I'm accusing you of a crime of being homeless," right? It's the agency of the state that's bringing an accusation unfit to be a parent, right? It's the prisoners that an agent of the state is bringing an accusation that they've committed a crime. I mean, the base issue, like the issue that affects all of this, is the conflict of interest of the state being both accuser and judge in the same cause. That's the base issue. That's the problem. But again, in order to show that the state is both accuser and judge in the same cause, in order to show a violation of the Constitution, we have to find an enumerated constitutional right, right? It's written in the Bill of Rights that will show that the state is both accuser and judge in the same cause. And that's why the indictment is there, because the Constitution doesn't say anything about homelessness, and it doesn't say anything about your family, but it does say an indictment by grand jury. And we know that when you are charged by information, not indictment, the state becomes the accuser. It's state of whatever versus you, right? So the issue, once again, is that the state cannot be both accuser and judge in the same cause. This is codified in Article 3 as well. But this one question affects all of you and all of your injustice. It affects homelessness, it affects families, it affects prisoners. All of this injustice is all wrapped together in this one question. This one question: can a state be both accuser and judge in the same cause? And it can't. It can't. So the other thing, we need to get behind this question, because it doesn't matter what you guys are complaining about or are passionate about or advocating against. They're all resolved by this one issue, all right? But the other thing is that we got to be talking about the same problem. We'll be talking about the same problem. So I use scripture on this, but I got a nose here or something. So I use scripture because the book of Romans, Paul says that you're all just a bunch of clanging cymbals making a bunch of noise, right? And I've tried to show this a few times. That there's a process. That process starts with jurisdiction, right? Does the court, does the state have the authority to do anything? And if it doesn't, then nothing that it does can be valid, right? Absent jurisdiction, nothing that the state does can be valid. But this is also how we are removing immunity from the judges and prosecutors and anyone else, is that jurisdiction comes before the court. It's jurisdiction, which is the creation of the statute, the Constitution. It's jurisdiction that creates the court. And the court then creates the court's agent, the judge, the prosecutor, law enforcement, CPS. All of them are created based upon jurisdiction. But if the court or if the state doesn't have jurisdiction, then the court can't be a court because it doesn't have the delegated power from the people to operate, which means that the court can't create the court's agent, the judge. So if we attack jurisdiction, there is no state court. And if we attack jurisdiction, the court doesn't have the ability to create a judge, which is why my affidavits that I'm using say a person portraying themselves as a judge or a person portraying themselves as a prosecuting attorney, because that's not a prosecuting attorney. It's a person that is portraying themselves as such. And if they are not under delegated power from the people, they have no immunity because they're no different than any other person. They are just simply a person that believes that they have power that they don't actually have because the law didn't grant them that power. So we can get rid of the sovereign immunity by this approach. We attack the jurisdiction, and the jurisdiction is removed the moment that we show that a state cannot have personal jurisdiction to oversee its own case. If the state cannot be both accuser and judge in the same cause, that's because the state doesn't have jurisdiction to oversee its own case, right? Personal jurisdiction is removed by this question. And if personal jurisdiction is removed, that court can't exist. That includes family court, that includes probate court, that includes the criminal court. No court can exist if there isn't jurisdiction, if the state does not have personal jurisdiction. You see, in order to render a legally binding decision, a court must have two things. It must have subject matter jurisdiction and it must have personal jurisdiction. Absent either one of those two things, the court doesn't have the authority to speak the law, and any decision it makes, any action it takes, are void without force or effect. Subject matter jurisdiction is the right to oversee the type of case that's brought before it, the type of case. So, for instance, in the case of a death, you wouldn't bring that to a small claims court, you would bring it to a probate court, because the probate court has subject matter jurisdiction to oversee the disposition of the deceased assets. That would be the court with subject matter jurisdiction. I'm gonna have to go blow my nose or something. No, I'm good. I'm good. But the second thing it must have is personal jurisdiction, and personal jurisdiction is the right to oversee the parties involved in the dispute, right? The right to oversee the parties involved in the dispute. So the issue is, can a state be both accuser and judge in the same cause? Can the state oversee its own case? Does it have personal jurisdiction? The answer is no. No, because in all cases in which a state is a party, Supreme Court has personal jurisdiction. Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. That's what Article 3, Section 2 says, right? The state cannot oversee its own case, and that derives from the maximum law that no man can judge his own case. No man could judge his own case. No more than the state can judge its own case. So we are attacking personal jurisdiction, the right to oversee its own case. Can a state be both accuser and judge in the same cause? with these criminal matters, because they were charging by information and not indictment, it's the case itself. You see, a case is nothing more than two parties. It's a dispute. You don't need any information beyond the case being one party, petitioner, moving party, and responding party. That's the case. The case is nothing more than two parties involved in a dispute. So when the state brings information, it becomes state of whatever versus you. The state is a party. It's a party in the cause. And the moment that the state created the dispute between the state and you, the state lost personal jurisdiction. The state does not have jurisdiction to oversee its own case because no man can judge their own case. There is no personal jurisdiction. And if we attack personal jurisdiction against the state, acting as both accuser and judge in the same cause, then guess what? Any case in which the state brought an accusation through one of its agents, then the state lost personal jurisdiction. But we can't bring it in family court. We can't bring it to CPS matters because it's not state of whatever versus you. We have to use the criminal side in order to get the personal jurisdiction removed, because they can't argue that the case is two parties and one of the parties is clearly identified as a state. But the question then resolves homelessness. The question then resolves probate court. The question then resolves CPS and family court, because the state brought an accusation against you and your family through one of its agents. Therefore, the state can't judge it. It's just that they aren't identified in the case as a party to the cause. All of these issues are resolved by this one question. That's why it's one question, one action, every prisoner. One second on the question there. And I will answer questions.
California 84.
So we got to attack the jurisdiction, because the moment we attack jurisdiction, remember, under Civil Rule 60B4, right? Civil Rule 60 deals with the nullification or voiding of judgments. Civil Rule 60B4 says that a judgment is either valid or it's void. It can't be anything else. It's either valid judgment or it's a void judgment. It cannot be anything else but valid or void. It is valid in all instances except for when the court rendering the decision lacks either subject matter jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction. If the court lacks either subject matter jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction, it's void. But that's the only time it's void. All other instances, it is valid, and you have to do a claims processing relief. You have to do an appeal. You must file an appeal for any valid judgments. But if the judgment is void, there is no judgment to appeal. There's nothing to appeal, which is why we're using habeas corpus to challenge the personal jurisdiction of the state detaining people and holding them in custody when the state is a part of the cause. By doing this, we eliminate an appeal. There's nothing to appeal because the judgment is void under Civil Rule 60B4. But we can only get it void by challenging jurisdiction. And you have to challenge either subject matter or personal. The personal is addressed by this Article 3 issue, by the court becoming, or the state becoming a party in cause. Again, if you want to understand the rationale behind federal cases, is a little bit different, Miss 007. So we will address the federal cases because it is still a state being a party in the cause. Therefore, it can't oversee its own case because the United States, there is individual regional states, right, which we're addressing, but the United States is still a state. It's a sovereign state. So when the United States of America becomes a party in the cause, then the United States of America can't judge the cause. Yes, this affects federal cases too, right? This affects, guys, one question, one action, every prisoner. What part of that do we not understand? This issue will address every single prisoner because the state, United States, is still a party in the cause. And as a result, the United States cannot judge the cause. That's why states were meant to oversee the cases in which the United States of America was a party. That's why Article 3 says that the trial of all crimes, with the exception of impeachment, shall be by jury, and the trial shall occur in the state where in which the crime is said to have been committed, is because if the United States of America brings an accusation of you violating the law, then the United States of America judges can't oversee it because the same exact conflict of interest at the state level. Therefore, the state judicial authority must extend, right? The state judges must oversee a case in which the United States of America becomes the accuser, because no man can judge his own cause. No state can oversee its own case. But if the state brings an accusation, then the state judges can't oversee it because they have the conflict of interest. Therefore, the federal judges must oversee it. Thus, the reason why in all cases in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction, because the Supreme Court is the federal judicial authority of the Union. This was written by Alexander Hamilton, right? Alexander Hamilton wrote in the Federalist Number 80, he said that the federal judicial authority of the Union, meaning federal judges, federal judicial authority, must extend to all cases between a state and the citizens thereof. So if there's a dispute between a state and the citizens of that state, the federal judicial authority must extend, meaning federal judges must judge it because there's the limit power. No man can oversee his own case, no more than the state can oversee its own case. Therefore, we must have federal judges oversee a case when the state becomes the accuser, and if the federal government becomes the accuser, then the state judges must oversee it, and there's our limit of power, right? Different governments performing different duties for different reasons and different functions. This was the way that the Constitution was intended to work. But Alexander Hamilton also wrote in the Federalist Number 80, he said that state tribunals, right, state courts, state tribunals cannot be presumed to be impartial when they speak for themselves. No man ought to certainly be a judge in their own cause or in any cause with which they have the least bit bias or interest. This is written by one of the drafters of the Constitution who wrote the Federalist Papers, Number 80, right? An originalist textualist purpose, he said state tribunals cannot be presumed to be impartial when they speak for themselves, right? No man ought certainly be a judge in their own cause or in any cause with which they have the least bit bias or interest, meaning that the states cannot be presumed to be impartial on their own cases, right? Pretty simple. We also have James Madison, who was the father of the Constitution. He wrote it. He wrote the Bill of Rights. He's well known to be the father of the Constitution. He wrote the Federalist Number 10, and in the Federalist Number 10, he said no man ought certainly be a judge in their own cause. Oh no, he said the same stuff. I'm drawing a blank now, but so we have Alexander Hamilton, we have James Madison, we have John Jay that have all wrote about this, that the state cannot be both accuser and judge in the same cause. All right. So this issue, it affects all of you, right? But we need you guys talking about the issue, because again, Paul says in the book of Romans, he says that you're all just a bunch of clanging cymbals, creating a bunch of noise. And what that means is that you have this process that starts with jurisdiction. Absent jurisdiction, nothing is valid. It's all void, nothing. There's nothing to appeal. The sentencing is void. You're unlawfully imprisoned. Your children have been taken without and being held without lawful authority because the state didn't have the authority to do anything at all, nothing, right? That's why we attack jurisdiction, because it removes the judgment. It removes the validity of it, and it allows us to be able to seek judicial relief, which is much quicker and easier. But some people have got an issue of over sentencing. Sentencing is well beyond the jurisdictional issue. Some people have got malice of a prosecutor. Well, the prosecutor can't be malicious unless the court has jurisdiction. Some people's talking about the bias of the judge. Well, the judge can't be biased without the court having jurisdiction. Some people are talking about brutality of police. Well, the police can't be brutal without the court having jurisdiction. So all of those issues that you guys are talking about, all of those issues, those are after jurisdiction. And when you go and you talk about those issues, when you talk about malice of prosecutor, bias of judge, brutality of police, over sentencing, suppression of evidence, all of those things are after the jurisdiction. And if we allow the court to have jurisdiction or the state to have jurisdiction, then guess what? Then that means that now you have to appeal it. you guys are going into an area that unfortunately you don't want to go into, because you are saying that the state has jurisdiction the moment you start talking about brutality of police, the moment you start talking about malice of prosecution, the moment you start talking about bias of judge. All of those things are active jurisdiction. So if you're going to talk about those things, you are not voiding your judgment. You're not going the right way. We have to attack the jurisdiction in order to void the judgment, in order to remove the sovereign immunity, in order to show that these people are doing things that they have no lawful authority to do it. So instead of diluting the argument by saying all these other things, that brings you into an area where the state does have jurisdiction, which is exactly what they want. They want you to argue about the malice, the prosecutor, the bias, the judge, the over-sentencing, all those things, because that gives them, it moves beyond. You're not arguing whether or not the state even has the authority to do anything. I need you guys to stop diluting the message, because if you all come back and recognize that every single person, whether it's a prisoner, whether it's a child, whether it's an elderly guardianship, every single one of them passes through the point of jurisdiction. Every single one of them starts at that point. And if every single one of them starts at the point of jurisdiction, and yet the state doesn't have jurisdiction, then we can all go back to that point. We can talk about that one issue. That reduces the noise across all these other issues. It doesn't dilute it anymore. And we get massive amount of attention on the one issue that every single person is directly impacted by. The state does not have the authority to oversee its own case. And by coming back and stop talking about things that are beyond the point of jurisdiction, by coming and talking about that one issue that every single person passes through, unconstitutionally, illegally, because the state couldn't do it. We talk about that issue, we magnify the issue, we reduce the noise across all the other issues, stop diluting it, and now the court can't ignore it anymore. If you guys talk about how the state didn't have the authority to do anything in your case, and you stop talking about this other stuff, then we get the magnification of the issue. We get to the point where the Supreme Court can't ignore this, which is exactly what we want, because we're delivering this writ in 1 month and 28 days. I'm delivering it no matter what. Like, you know, I might fail, but I'm done waiting. I'm done dragging my feet. I'm done living this life. And we're submitting in 1 month and 28 days, regardless of the outcome. I just don't care anymore, right? And I don't care because I just have to do it. Like, so, but so one thing here is that we need funding to get this finished, you guys. We need funding to get this finished. We are in Mississippi. We have 2 services that we're doing today, right? I wouldn't be out here doing this if I didn't believe it would work. I wouldn't be out here risking myself in states that doesn't do me any good. Like, I'm not doing this for my own good, my own health. I'm not doing this because I'm rich. I'm doing this because this is the only way that we can get relief to all the states on this one issue. We have 2 services today, and then we got to head up north for some meetings, but we need funding to be able to do it. So if you guys want to see us be successful, I need you guys to make sure that we have the resources that are necessary. And remember, what Jessica's doing has nothing to do with me. Nothing. You guys are donating to her, and if she wants to, you know, take on individual cases, that's fine. That's not what I'm doing. That's not what her and I were doing when we were together. But if you donate money to her, it has nothing to do with me. I don't work with her. I don't work with Just Without Limits. I'm out here doing this for the collective, for the case. And so, you know, don't come at me sideways telling me that I'm taking money to do cases, because I'm not. That might be something that they're doing. That's not anything I'm doing. That's never been anything I've been doing. All right.
A couple things. I think California 84, now's a good time to type your question in there. But Miss 007 over here on Tantalus TikTok, 2 things about your brother's incarceration. Number one, you can go to the website and you can fill out an affidavit as a witness.
No. Only if she saw the arrest or she was at the first hearing.
Right. If you, like he said, if you
witness the arrest.
Right. If you witnessed the arrest or you were at the hearing. Okay. So that's one thing. The other thing is that,
or if you have a civil power of attorney.
If you have a civil power of attorney. Yeah. So that's one thing. Another thing, what else was I going to say here? Yeah, if you guys would like to donate, but again, no donation is too small. I know we don't even like to ask for it, but we need it. We need it. Okay, so they're all the same. PayPal, Chime, Cash App, Venmo. We shall be free. That's WESHALLBEFREE. They're all the same. Or you can go to Tanawah, TANAWAH.com, and hit the donation points there. And those will go directly to Tanawah. Okay. If anybody has a large donation, larger than $1,000, you can contact us through the ministry, and we can help you get the information you need to bring to your tax account if you can do that. That way, after all this. Well, after all of this, we don't know what's to come. I'm sure the states will have some pushback, but the other thing I want to talk to you guys about is manifestation, right? If we have people like Eddie in here who think and believe that this isn't blah blah blah, okay, it's time to stop all that. The manifestation has to be that we're going to win, because that is the case. I haven't heard one individual, and he sat on the phone with 5 members of the DNC and 4 congressmen people the other day, and not one of them disagreed with what he was saying. And there was another woman who has a bar card to go to the Supreme Court, and over here on my TikTok, we know about the bar and all that sort of stuff, and we shouldn't need a bar card to access our own Supreme Court, but that's what they've done, okay? But there's an attorney out there there's an attorney out there who has a bar card for the Supreme Court, who listened to him speak, didn't disagree. She said, wow. And all of these people, and that's the other thing I wanted to say to Ms. 007, and to everybody. Let's define what is a prisoner. A prisoner is a foster care child. Okay, a prisoner is an elderly person who's been taken over by the state, become a ward of the state, and thrown into a assisted living. They're all in custody. Anybody in any kind of custody situation. Okay, these are all prisoners of the state. I was a ward of the state growing up as a foster care child. I too was a prisoner. And they started at 15 years old, they started talking to me about juvenile detention systems and all kinds of things. Luckily, I escaped. All right, I made it through. So that's why I have to use my voice. And I know he says I'm passionate about homelessness. That's just one area that I'm passionate about. I'm also passionate about the foster care system. Okay, Title 4D, Title 4E. I'm passionate about all of those things. But when I go and speak to these body politic at the legislative levels, at the low levels, we're talking to them about the community and what they should be doing better with the community as a ministry, right? And so I'm focused on homelessness at this level, because they're creating policies, codes, statutes, and ordinances to outlaw homelessness. It's not okay. Thank you for that. But again, a prisoner is not just somebody who's locked up in a penitentiary. A prisoner is anybody who's in any kind of custody situation, whether that be assisted living, ward of the state, any of that stuff, probate court, all of it, right? So he's dealing with this on a multifaceted level. And so nobody else, let me say one more thing. There's a lot of people doing a lot of things out there, a lot of good things, that's great. But nobody else except for this man is bringing this writ of habeas corpus to the Supreme Court. So no matter what they think they're going to do for you, right? His writ of habeas corpus, once it goes through, eviscerates all these convictions.
I don't want to say that. Everybody's doing something important.
Right.
Everybody's doing something important.
Right.
But you have to understand that we have to reach a point of conclusion, right? So we have a pathway here that's codified in law, the Constitution. We have no counter argument to it. I was on a phone call last night with Congressman Raskin and Congresswoman Delaney, right? And nobody is denying this. Nobody, right? There's no counter argument to it, because government can't justify through self-defense a breach of a constitutional obligation, right? And so we have the support, but we have to be heard. That's the only thing. We just have to be heard. And again, the beauty of the habeas corpus is that we only need one justice. Like I've said this numerous times, that if all it takes for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing, then all we need for evil to be destroyed is one good man to do something. We only need one justice to sign a writ of habeas corpus. And by signing that edict, right, by saying a state cannot be both accuser and judge, if we can get Thomas or Sotomayor or Brown Jackson or Gorsuch to sign the writ saying, yeah, it's required, right? The indictment is required, and that one signature, that one good man will be sufficient to resolve all this. Remember, Plessy versus Ferguson took the sage wisdom of one man to overturn it. Nobody thought that segregation would ever go away in 1954, and yet it took the sound sage wisdom of Justice John Marshall Harlan dissenting against the opinion of the rest of the court that ultimately led to the Warren Court to reverse Plessy versus Ferguson. We only need one. Like, we just need one to step up, and by creating the edict, that's directing all of the prosecutors, all the judges, all the police officers across the states that you have to obey this now. All right? It creates the edict. One single person, one single good man agreeing with the law and deciding to enforce it and turn that direction, that edict will be sufficient to force all the public officials that you can no longer be both accuser and judge in the same cause. It brings us back to a state of constitutionalism, of common law, right? So, but everybody's important. Every single pursuit is important. But what is wrong right now is the jealousy and the envy and the attacking, of other things, other pursuits of other people. I don't attack anyone. I don't care what anybody does. I know what I'm doing. I know what God has put me on a mission on. I don't have time to worry about what other people's doing, because if I did, then that would be detracting from what I'm trying to accomplish here. I respect what other people do. They can do whatever they want, but they're going to attack me to try to bring me down so that they can elevate themselves. That means that they have a little bit too much time on their hands. That means that they don't know what they're doing, because if they have to get external validation to validate what they're trying to do, that means that the wisdom isn't coming internally. So we got to work together, right? We can't continue to attack each other, because that's simply destroying the system. That's what the system wants, right? So, I don't have time for negativity. That's why I block, like Eddie. You want to come on here, say a bunch of stuff that isn't true. I'm not going to argue with you. That's just foolish, right? So we can't argue with the truth, but we can't continue to attack each other. But the thing is once again, we have a path. The path is laid out before us. We have an outcome from this path, but we got to work together to reach that path, to reach that destination. We have to. We can't continue to attack each other. What's the goal? Supreme Court and edict. The state cannot be both accuser and judge in the same cause. And that addresses probate court, that addresses CPS and family court, that addresses criminal matters. States cannot be both accuser and judge in the same cause. And if they are the accuser, then they lost personal jurisdiction. They don't have the authority to oversee their own case.
So the other thing is, a lot of people want to talk about, they're worried about violent criminals being let out on the street. That's not what we're advocating for. It's not what he's advocating for. Nobody's advocating for that. But
that was a tactic of chattel slavery. You guys seen the movie Birth of a Nation? Right? Birth of a Nation. I mean, that was created by the KKK, right? And they took the slaves and they distorted their faces, right? They made them look like demons and stuff. And they said, "Oh, don't let a black man around your daughter, your white daughter, because he's going to rape her," right? I mean, this was the movie that they made, but this movie was made so that they would make you think that these slaves were evil, right? It intentionally made them look like demons. It's the same fear tactic that they're playing right now. These prisoners are not prisoners. It's not an issue of morality. It's an issue of slavery. It's an issue of economics. So what are they going to do? They're going to tell all of you that these people are all evil. There are some evil people in there. We don't want those evil people out. But the majority of them are being portrayed as evil in order to create fear in you and society, saying we can't let them out because they're just a bunch of... All that that's doing is proliferating the institution. They're making you think that there's something that they're not. I'm going to tell you that the majority of people in prison are not a danger to society. And that was the only reason for prisons, was to protect society from people that are a danger to society. The mass prison system that we have today, mass incarceration system, is proliferating from the drug, right? From the drug war. That's well known. 78% of people in prison are there because of drug-related offenses. That's someone that never hurt someone else but themselves. That's the only person they hurt. You don't deal with a hurting person by putting him into prison and labeling him a dangerous, because he's not. But from 78 to 96% of people in prison, those are property-related offenses, right? Those are theft and burglary and things like that. That's not dangerous behavior either. That's aberrant behavior, right? You deal with that differently than you would deal with dangerous behavior. Most criminologists across the world agree that only about 4% of our prison population is a danger to society, right? A danger to society. That would be, serial killers and people that hurt another human being. That's all that most criminologists agree would be a danger to society. The rest of them are not. We can deal with them in a much different way. But when a system says, oh, these guys are demons and monsters and evil, they're just playing a play out of the playbook from the past. Every tyrant is exactly the same, and they're doing the same tactics on all of you. So when you talk about letting dangerous people out, you're buying into their narrative.
Well, the other thing is, look at all these other countries in their models, Sweden and all these other models that they have. It's completely different than what we have here. Another thing is, like, we talk about jurisdiction. I was listening to a CPS agent talk one night about how if somebody doesn't have running water and electricity because they're impoverished, then that's grounds to take the child away from the home, to move the child to a foster home. But that's not true. The truth is that they can get, what do they call those vouchers? Fuel assistance. And then she said, well, if a family doesn't have food, they can go down to the church and get food. So there's no excuse for it. Really? What if, they don't have a car or this or that? But none of these things are true, because you don't see CPS agents going into the Amish communities or the Mennonite communities. Why? Because they don't have jurisdiction. Talk about jurisdiction, right? So they don't have it.
Think about the program costs, what he just said, right? So you don't have running water and you don't have heat. Let's just say the electricity, right? So you don't have running water and electricity. That's the claim that now we need to take this child. But think about the program costs, because now they're going to take that child and they're going to put him into custody, right, or into a home or whatever, and they're going to be spending $4,000 a month on that home. Think about the program costs, because it would have only cost about $400 to give those people power in their house and save the family, protect the child, right? Think about the program costs. It doesn't make any sense, right? Think about the program costs. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you spend $4,000 to take the child from a house that you could spend $400 to give them the power that they need so that family could stay together? This is the problem with these programs that are set at the state level that are seeking financial compensation for those programs. That's not making the right decisions. This is also the reason why my proposal for the resolution of this is education, right? Because instead of sending a person to prison for $60,000 to $85,000 a year national average, and by the way, it's almost $500,000 per year to imprison someone in the state of New York. Did you hear that number? It is almost $500,000 to imprison a person in New York for 1 year. 1 year, $500,000. And yet you can send them to the University of Washington for full tuition 1 year for $12,000. I mean, these programs are not making sense. So budgetarily, why would you take a child from a house for not having power and running water to spend $4,000 in federal grant funding when you could spend $400 and get that family the things they need so that we can preserve and protect the family and integrity of it? Government, you have to come up with solutions to societal problems, and the solution is not how much money can I make. That's the problem here. So when they create these programs so that they can get financial compensation for these programs at the state level, then that becomes the only thing that the state wants to do is how much money can we make? And then we're going to spend $4,000 to adopt or to put a child into a home when we could spend $400 and get the family things they need so that the family doesn't have to stress and worry about how the hell they're going to pay for their power bill.
Right. I mean, the other thing I want to point out is what judge, what lawyer, what CPS agent has a child in that system? None of them do, but they're willing to take your child, right? They don't have a child in that system, and their child would never go into that system. So again, it's all about it's all about being stuck in traffic. They want humans to be stuck in traffic. I have to say that in a very creative way, right? TikTok. So that's what it is. It's all about the funding. Speaking of funding, we need your help, right? Because neither one of us are millionaires, right? And so the idea that if somebody comes along and wants to give him $10,000, then they're going to want him to do things that he doesn't necessarily need to do. They want to have control over it. So this whole thing has to come from all of you, right? So like I said, no donation is too small. We know that people don't have much to give, but if you can give something, please, we need it. We need to go to Louisiana. We still need to go to Florida. We need to go
Texas,
Alabama. We're going to go back to Alabama. And so somebody was asking, how does Mississippi tie into all this? Well, does Mississippi have prisons? Does Mississippi have a foster care system?
Mississippi allows their prosecuting attorneys to charge by information or indictment at the discretion of the prosecuting attorney. I don't know the number within the prison system that were charged improperly here in the state of Mississippi, but I do know that in Texas, about 58% of the people that are in prison didn't receive an indictment by a grand jury, despite the fact that that's required by the Constitution. So those are all unconstitutional. I know that in Oklahoma, 90% of people in prison never received an indictment by a grand jury, despite the fact that's being required by the Constitution. All of those convictions are completely void because of the breach of constitutional obligation. I don't know the number here in Mississippi, but there's a number of prisoners here in the state of Mississippi that never received what the Constitution of the United States of America requires them to have had for the detainment, the indictment by a grand jury. But more importantly, the state of Mississippi cannot create a law that allows for their public officials, such as a prosecutor, to decide who has a constitutional right and who does not. That is a violation of Article 4 of the Constitution through the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. So the state of Mississippi has a law that is absolutely unconstitutional and is being enforced by their agents. So how does Mississippi tie into this? Mississippi is part of the problem, right? And every one of their prisoners their rights have been violated because of the breach of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. But once again, the issue is the indictment. But the question is, how can the state be both accuser and judge? Because that's exactly what happens when you're charged by information. The state became your accuser. So if the state cannot be both accuser and judge in the same cause, that's how Mississippi is involved, because it's state of Mississippi versus you. And it can't be state of Mississippi versus you if the state cannot be both accuser and judge in the same cause. Can't. Every state is choosing to become a party in the cause, and as a result, the state can no longer be presumed to be neutral and biased to act as the judge in the cause because of the obvious conflict of interest. The agent of the state works for the moving party of the plaintiff.
Another thing over here on the ministry's TikTok.
Hang on here. So I'm not going to buy into this Zella BS here, okay? The United States Constitution that was adopted and ratified on September 17, 1787 is the original Constitution, okay? There was Articles of Confederation before that, but the Articles of Confederation was abolished with the adoption and ratification of the Constitution of the United States of America. And any other constitution that people talk about, like in 1871 and so on, those don't matter, because the original contract that was created by and between the people and their government was the 1787 Constitution. And in order to amend that Constitution, it would require an authentic and explicit act of the people because of the contract parameters being offer, consideration, acceptance. The parties involved in the contract is the people. Therefore, only the people can amend it, and we didn't create any other constitution. So by the breach of the first contract, the first constitution, in order to create the second contract, the second constitution, by the breach of the first, nullify the second. So I don't deal with any other alleged constitutions, because you can never breach the terms of a contract to create a new contract without rendering the contract void. In contract law, if the way in which the contract is formed is illegal, then the contract formed becomes illegal, and you can't breach the terms of the first contract to formulate the second contract without rendering void the second contract. So these other constitutions, they don't matter, because they were formulated from a breach of the contract by and between the people and their government. And when the government breached that first one, it nullified the second one.
Okay, so
we got to get going, because we're at 11 o'clock, Tim.
All right, so one last thing. On the ministry's TikTok, people are asking how can they help without donating money. Get him in touch with people in your community, with grassroots organizers. If you guys know what your contacts are, he says it all the time. If you know somebody that works in the media, you know somebody that works in government, you know somebody that is a grassroots organizer, your ministers, your churches, whatever. Get us in touch with those people so that we can get this message across. So that when he delivers this writ of habeas corpus to the Supreme Court in June, there's all eyes are on it. That's another way you guys can help. Start talking about this stuff. Get it out there. You know, so there's many ways you guys can help, but we definitely need financial support. But we wouldn't be out here asking if we did it. We're not eating like steak dinners and lobster tails. That's not what's happening. You know, we need funding for gas and for wear and tear on the car. I mean, we were supposed to have an RV, but that fell through, so now we have a car that's tiny, and it's a hard way of life out here, you guys. So, but we need to get from one place to another.
Question, this is for state and federal courts. Yes, it is. State and federal courts, right? I understand that I'm talking about a state, but remember, the USA is still state. So when the USA brings an accusation against you, it can't oversee its own case in the same way that the regional governments, being a non-sovereign state, cannot be both accuser and judge in its own cause. So yes, this affects both federal and state cases. This is a huge case. Like someone pointed out the other day that Johnny Cochran was trying to do this in the state of Texas, and then shortly after he was unalived. You know, this is extremely dangerous what I'm doing, you guys. I don't think you guys understand how dangerous this is. Like I'm standing with a case and an argument that will literally bring down the whole faulty system that they built, and it could bring it down overnight. But I can't change what God has called me to do. I can't change the mission that He's put me on here, you know. And I can't sink back in fear, because the fear is the only thing that will make this not be successful. So, well, that and of course funding, you know. But if I have to hitchhike my way to DC, then we'll do that. But
that's a lot of stuff to carry.
A lot of stuff to carry. Yeah. I know. God's got it. Like I'm not concerned. Like there really isn't any fear. I'm not afraid of anything. And the fact that I can still continue to walk in, have these meetings, do these presentments, and you know, yeah, I'm safe. I don't feel in danger at all. But I know that there is inherent danger. I just don't feel it. God blocks all that from me.
Yeah, we know they don't fight fair. That's for sure.
But we gotta get going. We have to be down the road in a little bit here.
All right, you guys. Again, any support you guys can offer would be great. Again, contacting your local grassroots leaders, anybody. If you guys have contacts in the media, get them. We got to get talking about it. I know they're probably afraid to cover that story, but sooner rather than later, the biggest names in civil rights are already they're waiting to meet with this man, and they will do that on May 2nd. And once that happens, it'll be explosive. So they won't be able to ignore it. So if they want to get an exclusive, they want to get the jump on the story. Again, you guys can feed them this information. You can talk to your local community leaders. You can talk to your local politicians if you know them. But whoever it is, like we're all trying to do for the greater good. And there's many people, like you said, there's many people that are out there doing this, and make no mistake about it. Everybody's trying to do something. Everybody's working on their own cases. That's great. But nobody else has this case going to the Supreme Court. Nobody. And it's already been to all the other lower courts, all the federal court, and it's ready for the Supreme Court. So nobody else has that. So that's why it's most important that we all stand behind Mr. Downing in his case, because it affects every single one of us, no matter what our situation is. Void ab initio, from its face, from the start. Okay?
You only get void from jurisdiction. You don't get it any other way. I need you guys to talk about what I'm telling you to talk about. Talk about the lack of personal jurisdiction. Talk about the fact that the state cannot be both accuser and judge, and as a result, they lose the ability to have jurisdiction oversee their own case. If we talk about that, if we stop talking about these other things, we talk about that, we magnify the issue, and then we get hurt. It's important that you guys get behind what I'm doing here, because it's going to be very difficult for me to be successful unless I have you guys talking about the issue that we're bringing to Supreme Court. But this issue affects all of you, every one of you. Your CPS case, your probate court case, it affects every single one of you, all right? It affects every one of you. So please get behind me.
Brittany Murphy, the information that you can send them is tanawa.com. You can send all of the social media platforms. You can send these people links to all of that, and they can get the point. So the information's already out there.
Cash App, Chime, Venmo, PayPal, they're all exactly the same. We shall be free. It's WESHALLBEFREE. And guys, people aren't donating, okay? They aren't donating, okay? I've gotten like maybe $120 in the last week or so. I don't get money like Jessica does, okay? She gets thousands of dollars, I don't. So don't just assume that money's coming, because I don't get those donations, okay? So I've got about $600 right now. That's enough to get us maybe through this week. But if we don't, I mean, we're just limping along here, all right? So don't assume that we have money, and don't assume that that there's $1,000 in the bank, because we don't have it, all right? So if you want to support what I'm doing, this collective movement to bring this case to the United States Supreme Court in 1 month and 28 days, then I need you guys to make sure that I have the resources that are necessary to accomplish that, okay? All right? Cash App, Chime, Venmo, PayPal, they're all exact same. So we shall be free, all right? We shall be free.
No donation too small. Remember, if 10,000 people donated $1, that would be enough to get us through to June. But so no donation is too small. We know that people are broke. We understand that, and so anything you can give is greatly, wisely appreciated. So if you can give more than $1,000, you can get in touch with our ministry, and we'll get you all the information you need to bring to your tax accountants and the things that you need to do. Okay.
1 month, 28 days. That's it. 1 month, 28 days. I will deliver the writ, and then they only have 42 days. They'll have to make a decision by August 17th, because it's not an appeal. It's not a claims process. It's not a certiorari. So they only have a very finite, limited amount of time to make the decision, right? So this is coming in August. Well, by August 17th, they have to make a decision, and we only need one justice to sign it.
All right. Much love, everyone, and we'll see you next time when we get off. And when we're done with this service, maybe we'll get back on again tonight, and depending on how much time we have. And but again, thank you all very much for your time and for your donations and for anything you guys can do to help. Appreciate it. Much love. See you next time. Peace out.
Later, Facebook.
Bye.